I was the officer in charge of the crime scene.
And that would involve photographing and processing evidence, is that right?
So we use a team model. We all have different tasks. As I explained yesterday, I had a team of Jay O'Leary, Catherine Shackford, Matthew Anderson, and Christopher Martineau. So all of us have tasks that we are responsible for. I oversee that, and I communicate with the lead, the investigator on the that's doing the interviews, and that's at the PD. So I coordinate. That's the officer in charge of the scene, just making sure all those tasks occur and happen.
And the lead investigator would have been Sergeant Sloper, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And so Sergeant Sloper was directing all the different sections of the investigation, including the crime scene investigation.
So it's very difficult to do that. I would say no. He's in charge of it. All filters to him, right? So everything that's happening, he's overseeing it all, but he's not directing what's happening at the crime scene. That's why you have an officer in charge of the crime scene. I'm there to follow the search warrant, to make sure that everyone's doing their tasks and make sure that we're communicating as a team with their Attorney General's office, as well as the lead investigator and the crime scene people doing their job.
What time did you get to 15 Ridgemont Drive on October 1st?
Approximately 7:20.
Okay. So several hours had passed since the New Hampshire State Police were initially informed of the death investigation.
I don't recall. I know that we're usually one of the last people to arrive on scene. There's local police and other people involved before we get there as crime scene team.
And so when the actual police got involved was about 2:38 in the afternoon. Does that sound right to you?
I don't recall.
So during the time from when the police were in the residence and when your team came into the residence, you don't know what happened, how many police were in there, what they were doing?
That is correct.
And you don't know whether evidence was manipulated while they were in there, right?
I don't know what happened before.
So you wouldn't know if evidence had been altered before you got there?
Unless they tell me so, if the body was moved or if evidence was moved. They usually communicate that to you. I didn't get any of that.
Okay. In fact, what you were told was that the Londonderry police officers didn't move anything.
Yes.
That's what you were told?
Yes.
Okay. So I just want to talk to you about the porch for a few minutes. You testified yesterday that you did not see any issues or rips in the porch screen. Is that right?
Based on that picture, no.
Okay. I'd like to show you a few pictures. That are marked I for ID. It's a series of pictures.
Yeah.
Do you recognize that picture?
Yep, this is a different part. It's not the door.
Okay.
Yep.
Do you recognize
Yep.
what that is? What is that?
That's the porch.
Okay. And is that a fair and accurate? So it's actually not evidence.
Oh, it's not? Oh, I'm sorry. My bad.
So that's okay. So if that would be a fair and accurate picture, and at the time that you took that photograph, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. What's the next picture?
That is the door.
Okay. And is there an issue with the screen right here?
Yes. That's not the door, but yes, the panel next to it.
Okay.
I don't know what it is, but it looks like it's been patched, maybe?
But you can't tell if it's
No,
patched or open?
Nope.
Okay. Can you look at the next picture, please? And what is that a picture of?
That's the porch.
Okay. And is that... Can we agree that it's a rectangle next to the door?
I can't tell. It's the same, but it has you can see the background right there. Maybe, yeah. Yep, same spot.
And where that is lines right up with the lock, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And how about the next picture? Do you recognize that as being the porch and the picture
Yes.
you took?
Yep.
And is that just a different picture of the same
Yes.
area I'm asking you to look at?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I would ask that this be entered as a full exhibit.
Can I just take a look at those first, please? Without objection.
Okay, ID is stricken from those exhibits. They can be marked as full exhibits. You can show them to the jury.
Thank you. This is picture number 1 of the porch. Tell me if I'm going too fast, okay? Can everyone see that? This is picture number 2. Can you see our picture? Picture number 3. Picture number 4. And that was what the door looked like when you took the pictures, right?
I don't know what series. I took over 1,500 photos, so we take a series of when we get there. I'm not sure if those were the original photos or if they were throughout the process after. It looks like things had been moved, so it wasn't my original photo of that.
Okay. But before you got there, you don't know what the state of that door was, right? Whether it was locked or unlocked,
No.
or whether you testified yesterday that the doors leading out to the porch were locked when you saw it. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you don't know if it was locked or unlocked before you got there.
That is correct.
I want to show you a different set of pictures. Which would be Defense Exhibit JJ for ID. Your Honor, the state is indicating that they do not object to entering Exhibit JJ as a full exhibit.
Okay. It'll be admitted.
Can you describe what is in that picture?
a trash can.
Okay, and is that a picture that you took?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember where that trash can was, what room it was in?
No, but no.
Okay. Does the chair in the picture help you?
It appears to be in the. I'm going to the dining room.
Okay. I'm going to have you go to the second picture, please. Does that help you a little bit more?
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's the kitchen.
Okay, so we're in the kitchen?
Yeah.
Okay. And that's another view of that trash can, and you took a picture of that, right?
Yes.
Okay. Next picture, please. A third picture of the trash can, different angle, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And still appears to be in the kitchen based on the flooring here?
Yes.
Okay. Can you switch it to the next one, please? And those were that was some of the items of trash in that trash can, is that right?
Yes, we took the lid off.
Okay. Next picture, please. And those were some tissues that you took out of the trash when you took the lid off and started emptying the trash out, is that right?
I didn't physically do that.
Okay.
I took a photo of it.
So you were watching as it happened and you were photographing it?
I may or may not have been there when it happened.
Okay. But
I
you
don't
took
remember.
that picture, is
Yes.
that right? Okay, thank you. And it's actually been given an identification number as JG016, is that right?
Yes.
So my understanding is that that would mean that Trooper O'Leary would have put this card down because those are his unique initials. Am I understanding that right?
So we use a team model. So if it was not him specifically, his handwriting, I don't remember his handwriting per se, but someone could have wrote this.
Okay.
But yes, he's there taking his notes, picking the evidence.
He's the one who's actually packaging up the evidence, is my understanding. Is that right?
He's the one. Yep.
Okay. Can you flip to the next picture, please? Is that a closer up picture of JG016?
Yes.
Okay. And what we'll see in these pictures is there's, I think what you all call RBS, is that right?
Yes.
And what is that?
It's a reddish brown stain,
Okay.
consistent with blood.
Okay, thank you. Could you go to the next picture, please? Seems like an even closer up picture, is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I'd like to show these to the jury, Your Honor.
May? Okay.
These are a little bigger, so hopefully easier to see. question about that exhibit. So that would have been taken to the JG of 16 would have been packaged up and taken to the state lab along with the other evidence that you and your team retrieved on October 1st, 2019.
Yes.
I'd like to show you another set of pictures. Which is Defendant's Exhibit HH, marked for ID. The owner of the state would not object to this being entered as a full exhibit. Again, it's HH, Defendant's Exhibit.
Okay, it's admitted.
I hand you a packet. And is that a picture that you took as part of your photographing of the scene?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember where this is in the home area?
I believe when you walk up the stairs, it's like the beginning of the hallway.
Okay.
And this is the kitchen right here.
Okay. And just so that I just want to make sure, so would this be sort of the top of the stairs as you're coming up, or?
I think it's close. I don't know if the stairs are here or here,
Okay.
but this is the kitchen, so that's the hallway.
Okay. And what is? I'm going to ask you to look at this item here. What is that? That's a picture of.
A black backpack.
Okay. Can we flip to the next? I know you identified it as a black backpack, but looking at it closer, is that still?
So is that the back? That's,
So this is
I
what I'm
can't-
showing you here.
Oh, this right here? That looks like there's a magazine, so maybe a gun case or a bag or I don't know. It looks like a bag.
Okay.
I don't know what kind.
And can you flip to the next page, please? And so is that a closer up picture of the bag?
Yes.
Okay. And the next page? Is that an even closer up picture of the bag?
Yes.
And what are those that are those are, it looks to me like they're spent shell casings, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell what kind of spent shell casings they are in that picture?
No.
Okay. And this would not have been an item that you collected as part of your evidence collection, is that right?
That would be up to Jay O'Leary's decision to make.
So I guess maybe I should have asked you a better question. This did not go along with the rest of the evidence that went to the state lab, is that right?
I don't recall. If it didn't get an evidence number, then it didn't go to the lab.
Okay.
That I can say.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Showing the pictures to the jury. And just for clarification, it's the bag on the bottom that we were just talking about, okay? This one here. Closer up view of the bag. Closer up of the bag with the shell casings, spent shell casings. You had testified yesterday that you've been a part of many death investigations. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. And during those death investigations, there have been times when the state police have requested to search cell phones as part of the warrant request. That's right?
Sometimes we can collect it. It depends what the warrant says. You either can collect it and then you get another warrant to search it.
Fair to say you need to ask for the cell phone before you can collect it? You need to include in the warrant that you would like to search the cell phone?
Yes.
Okay, so if you don't include that in the warrant, then you're not going to be authorized to search that. Is that right?
Or you can get consent.
Okay. But if you don't ask someone for consent, the only other way you can do is ask a judge to allow you to search a cell phone. Is
Yes.
that right? And that was not part of the warrant in this particular case, a request to search Brandon's cell phone.
I don't remember the exact words of collection on the search warrant.
Okay. Would it refresh your recollection to look for or to look at what was requested?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Was there a request to search Brandon's cell phone?
No.
When you were searching Brandon's room, his cell phone was right on his bed, right?
I don't remember.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit KK to see if it refreshes your recollection.
Okay.
And you can look at any of the packets that you'd like.
It's right here.
Is that Brandon's bedroom?
Yes.
And that would be his cell phone, is that right?
Yes.
I
Well,
would-
it's a cell phone in his room. I don't know. I don't have knowledge of if it's his or not, but it's in his room.
Okay. So certainly, if you had requested it, you could have double checked to make sure it was his cell phone in his bedroom.
I wouldn't have done that.
Your team, the investigators could have done that.
Yes.
Okay. I would ask to strike Exhibit KK and make it, strike the identification and make it a full exhibit. Your Honor, I would ask that this be admitted as a full exhibit, the state's contract.
Okay, it shall be admitted. May I see it?
Sure.
This is the one with the cell phone turned on.
It is.
Okay. All right, thank you.
And I do just want to ask you one more question about this. And again, look at any of the pictures in the packet that will help you. The phone case was actually removed for you to be able to document the serial number on the back of the telephone. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. I have no further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Judge. So, Trooper Elsmiller testified on direct that you were trained, you have experience in shooting reconstruction.
Yes.
Well, excuse me, I'll take that back. Let's start on something else. So, all the photos that we've been talking about throughout your testimony, did you take all of those photographs at the same time when you were at the scene?
No.
Okay. Tell us about that.
It's a process. It's layering. So usually the photographer that moves through the scene will do, like we call it, an overview, and then you have mid-range and you have close-up, depending on the circumstances and what's going on in the case. So you would go through each room, and there's a series of those photos. I usually take too many photos. I think I took over 1,500 photos in this scene, just to get every angle I can possible, because we don't know what we don't know at that time. So we just take the photos as the scene is presented to us, then we move forward, and as people start searching the house, it changes as soon as you start touching each object. So then we will take photos there, and then after that, if and when the evidence is marked as evidence, we will then take that as well. So we try to do it in that layering process.
You have testified that you arrived around 7:20 at 15 Ridgemont Drive.
Yes,
Was it dark out at the time when you got there?
I believe so.
Okay. Did you start taking photographs during that night?
Yes,
Okay. Or early morning of October 2nd it would have been?
yes.
Okay. But still dark.
I think we were inside. I took my exterior photos when it was light out.
Okay. How long, when you first arrived at 7:20 on October 1st, how long were you there in the first time that you were at the scene?
I don't recall how long I was there, but through the morning.
Okay. Did you take photographs during that time, both while it was dark outside and when the sun had risen and it was light outside?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you, if I can. One moment, Judge. Bear with us. So state 77, photograph we had talked about yesterday, is that right?
Yes.
And what is this? Just remind us what this photograph is.
This is the porch.
Okay. Does it depict the door to the back porch?
Yes.
And looking at the photograph, can you tell what time of day you took this photo?
Nighttime.
Okay. And how can you tell that?
It's dark outside.
Okay. Also, looking at this photograph, were there objects in front of the door?
Yes.
Okay. Did you take this, so on cross, defendant's counsel had gone through defendant's eye review, photographs of the porch. Looking at these photographs, this pack of photographs, can you tell us what time of day you took those?
This is during daylight.
Okay. So these photos, this pack of photos, defendant's eye versus state 77, in what order would you have taken these photos?
I took 7 first.
Okay. So is it fair to say that the porch, that door, the objects in front of the door are accurate to how those items were placed when you first arrived at the scene?
Yes.
Okay. Talked about on cross that small rectangle in the screen. I think you referred to it as a patch on cross.
I couldn't tell. I know screens, over time they can get worn out, so they split. I don't know if it was patched or if it's just broken or if it's ripped, or I don't know what it is.
Okay. But could you tell, or did you take note of anything of significance about that patch or that area, that rectangle next to the door, while you were there taking these photos?
No.
Did you take any note if it was actually ripped or if it had been repaired?
No.
Okay. I want to talk about the state's, or excuse me. Black backpack on the floor. The top of the steps are in that area, I think is how you testified.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
So the first photograph in this packet, defendant's HH, is that how the backpack appeared when you first arrived at the scene?
I don't know if this is the first picture, but
Okay.
it was searched, so.
Okay. Is it closed in that picture?
Yes, yes.
Okay, and then in subsequent pictures, how does it appear?
So this is after it was searched and opened,
Okay.
and things are all moved, you can tell.
So who opened it, that bag?
I don't know.
Would it have been a member of your investigative team?
Yes.
Okay. But it was closed prior to an investigator opening it and looking inside?
Yes.
So we're going to put up on the screen everyone see. So this is, we're going to show you what is the last photo, close in, the last photo of the packet, defendant's HH. In your experience and your training in shooting reconstruction, are you familiar with rimfire cartridges, bullet cartridges?
I know they're different than center fire.
Okay. Do you know what the difference is?
It's where the firing pin hits the casing.
Okay. So on a center fire bullet cartridge, where does the firing pin hit?
As it says in the center of the firing.
And
casing.
what's a way to tell the difference between a center fire and a rimfire cartridge?
The labeling, most likely, like the head of it and the style of the cartridge itself, the ammunition.
On a center fire cartridge, is there a thing called a primer?
Yes.
Okay. And how about on a rimfire cartridge?
I don't recall.
Okay. Looking at these and cartridges present in that backpack, able whether or not those are center fire or rim fire?
I can't tell from that photo, but it's different.
Ammunition from what?
The firearm that was.
So, talking about, was there a casing found in the room, bedroom 1, where Mr. Garcia was found?
Yes.
Okay, and do you know whether or not that cartridge case that was found in there, or the shell casing, was that a center fire?
I know that it was a different type of ammunition than that one.
Okay. One moment, Church. Nothing further.
Any follow-up on that?
No further questions, Your Honor.
Trooper, you may be excused. This witness may be excused. She can be released.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You may be excused. Thank you.
At this time, the state will call Bishop Stanley Choate to the stand, please.
Councilman, what was the name on that again?
Bishop Choate, C-H-O-A-T-E. Sir, if you could just remain standing for a brief moment, please. You please raise your right hand, sir. Do you solemnly swear the testimony that you will give this jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Please feel free to have a seat. Good morning, Bishop. It's nice to meet you again. I want to first have you go ahead and spell your full name. That includes both your first name and your last name for the record as we're being recorded today.
Spell it.
Yes, please.
Stanley Choate.
And Bishop Choate, where are you currently a pastor, sir?
Pelham, New Hampshire.
And what is the name of your ministry?
New England Pentecostal Ministries.
How long have you been sitting in fellowship?
84.
Since 1984? Okay. And how long ago did you meet Luis and Patty Garcia?
I don't know the dates. I just don't. It's been a while, but
A number of years ago, is that fair to say?
probably several years.
Okay. Did Luis perform any services at the church? Did he help out in any way?
Yeah, he helped out as far as organizing and doing means products. I mean, also.
And did he hold a position in the church? Did he have? Was he considered one of the more elders of the church? Had he been there a while?
Yes, he were over security.
He oversaw security at the church?
Yes.
What are some of the other activities he would participate in besides fellowship on Sunday? Some of the other activities that would maybe just happen during the week, whether they be prayer or just gathering?
Yeah, he would come to prayer and Bible study. And he would always, when we have an activity, he and his wife would love to cook for
those activities, for those get-togethers?
Yes.
Were there regular prayer sessions that were held at the church separate from Sundays?
Yes.
Okay. And who would lead those prayer sessions sometimes?
I don't know. I wasn't there.
Okay. Do you have an individual working at the church who is affectionately called Minister Eddie?
Yes.
Okay, and who's that?
Eddie is my nephew.
Would he sometimes lead any of these prayer groups or Bible studies?
Yes, he did.
How did you come to meet Brandon Castiglione? How did you meet him?
He started coming, I think he was coming encouraged by his I think it might have been his grandfather.
Okay. And what's the name of his grandfather? Or his first name, I should say.
Jeff.
How long had you known Brandon? How long had he been coming to church?
I don't know exactly the time.
Do you remember? Years. And do you know what activities Brandon did at the church?
No.
Do you see Brandon in the courtroom today?
Yes, I see him.
Okay. Could you please point out where he's wearing and maybe the color of clothing that he's wearing?
Oh, he has on a sort of, I think it might be a gray, sort of gray, light gray shirt.
Gray shirt. And seated over at the table?
Yes, over here.
Your Honor, at this point, we'd ask that the record please reflect that the witnesses identify the defendant.
No objection. Shep.
Bishop Choate, when was the last time you saw the defendant before today?
I can't recall. I wouldn't know.
And had you ever seen the defendant and Luis together?
Yeah, they would be together sometime. Minister Lewis would always try to, encourage you to talk to him.
And so you saw him try to encourage and talk to him?
Yes.
Okay. And talking to him. When did you see that? What sort of events would you see that at?
It would probably be after service of a Bible study when we come together. He was just trying to encourage him in the faith.
Okay. Had Luis or the defendant ever talked with you about Luis doing work over at the defendant's house where he lived with his father?
He didn't talk to me prior to it. I didn't find out until after the fact.
You stated a moment ago that Luis talked with the defendant about just trying to counsel him in the faith.
Yes.
Before Luis was murdered, in the weeks leading up to before Luis's murder, what was the defendant's behavior like at the church?
I had that much encounter with him, but when I did see him, it just seemed like he was withdrawn.
Withdrawn?
Yeah.
By the church, did you ever see him?
Out of order. Stuff talks to try to make sure the order is maintained.
Okay. And you said Luis was in charge of security, correct?
Yes.
Before Luis was shot, what, if any, concern did you have about Brandon?
Well, may we approach?
Just a moment, please. Sir, thank you very much. I apologize for the delay. I'm going to withdraw that last question for me and make sure that I understand a few different things first. You said that recently Brandon had to be, recently as in weeks leading up to Lewis's over and spoke to him in church to make sure things stayed in order. Did I say that correctly? To ensure that Brandon was going to be orderly.
Questions, and that was all it was. He had his own opinion about it, and if it was out of order, it wasn't according to Scripture, then we would try to counsel him.
Okay. Let me ask for yourself. Did you ever witness the defendant, Brandon Castiglione, in fellowship on Sunday or at a Bible study or at another event where this sort of response had to be made?
I think it was once.
Once? Can you tell us about that?
It was in response to something that he had said pertaining to who his calling.
A calling?
Yeah, he responded out of context for Scripture. So we
And at some point after this, did you have a conversation with Lewis generally about concern for Brandon in the church? And I'm not asking about the specifics of that conversation, just generally, did you have a conversation about concern based upon what you saw?
I think it was more or less with his teachers, but there was some interaction with Minister Lewis.
Objection here, Senator. We approach.
Yes.
You said that it was more in response to the teachings of what was being taught?
Yes.
Okay. Let me clarify then with another question. So, after those conversations, based on what you saw, did you have a concern about Brandon in the church?
There was some concerns.
And did you have a concern?
Yes, I did.
Just a moment, please, Your Honor. And based upon that concern, did Luis have Brandon checked for weapons at the church?
I'm not aware.
You're not aware? Okay. So you're aware of the concern, you have that concern, but you are not aware that Luis had that conversation with Brandon at the church? Okay. Thank you very much for clarifying that. I don't have any further questions for you, sir, but I believe defense counsel may have a few.
Okay.
No questions, Your Honor.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, we would ask that Mr. Choate be excused from the security service, please.
No objection.
That means you are free to leave the courthouse, or you can stay and watch.
Okay, no, we have some other appointments coming up. some other appointments coming up, so I'm going to go.
I'm sorry, sir, I don't understand.
Oh, I just said I had other appointments.
Yes, you were free to go.
Okay, thank
You
you.
were free to go. Do you need a hand?
No.
Okay, I heard you, sure? Okay. Just watch your step. So just a couple of moments to just get a couple of exhibits. Go ahead. No, not take a break till 10:30, so. Yeah, not looking to take a break. Just need about 1 minute. Your Honor, State calls Trooper Tamara Hester to the stand, please. Right up here, Trooper. Go ahead and remain standing when you get to the door.
Okay.
Thank you. Good morning.
Trooper, if you please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the testimony you will give this jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Thank you. Please feel free to have a seat. And Trooper Hester, as we're being recorded here today, would you please state your first and last name and spell both of those names for us?
Yes. My name is Tamara Hester. First name is spelled Tamara, and my last name is spelled Hester.
Thank you. Trooper Hester, where are you currently employed?
By the Department of Safety, and I work for the New Hampshire State Police.
And how long have you been working for New Hampshire State Police?
I was hired in March of 2008, so I have completed just over 14 years with the State Police.
14 years. What's your current rank?
Lieutenant?
And were you employed by any other law enforcement agencies prior to coming to New Hampshire State Police?
I was not.
And what sort of educational background do you have separate from your police training? We'll get into that in a moment.
Okay. I have a Bachelor of Arts from the University of New Hampshire, and I majored in psychology.
Are you a certified and full-time officer?
Yes, I am.
And did you attend? What was your academy class graduating number, if you remember?
The 146.
Assignments have you had or different units?
Okay. So when I was hired in 2008, I worked out of the Troop A barracks, which is located close by in Epping, New Hampshire, where I worked in a patrol capacity for a period of time. I worked a K-9, a dual-purpose K-9, and so I worked in Troop A until 2015. In 2015, I was transferred to the Narcotics Investigations Unit, where I conducted drug investigations in regular investigator capacity and some undercover capacity as well. And then in late 2018, I was transferred to the Special Investigations Unit, where I currently work, and in that unit we conduct cyber crimes, digital forensics, and child exploitation investigations.
What sort of training have you had in searching electronics and electronic devices?
I've had a variety of training through different companies and agencies. I've had training through some vendor specific, such as Celebrite. So I have a certification through Celebrite to use their software and hardware. I've been to training in Hoover, Alabama, which is where the United States Secret Service has a training facility called the National Computer Forensic Institute. I've attended training through NW3C, which is the National White Collar Crime Center, and I've also attended non-vendor specific training such as SANS.
Okay. That's a lot there, so I need to break a little bit of that down. You said one thing was a Cellbrite training. Can you please explain to the jury what a Cellbrite is or what it does?
Yes, so Cellbrite is a tool that we utilize in order to conduct examinations on mobile devices. It can also do extractions on things such as SIM cards that are included within a mobile device, as well as SD cards, which can be included in a mobile device or located in other places. So that's a vendor-specific tool that we utilize in our office.
And when you say vendor-specific, what does that mean?
Meaning it's its own, so it's not open source. I guess there's also free tools that are available for forensic examiners or people who just have an interest, I guess, in doing digital forensics on their own. So this is a paid tool.
Okay. With regards to those sort of electronic searches, have you been involved in multiple searches through your time there at SIU and maybe even before of searching electronic devices?
Yes.
Okay. And give the jury an idea, what are some of the different types of devices that you've searched?
I have searched mobile devices, which could also contain a SIM card or an SD card, which could be all-inclusive within that phone. I've searched SD cards separately. I also am trained to do examinations on computers, tablets. I think that's probably it.
And separate from that, have you ever had any sort of training specifically for homicide investigations?
Yes, I have.
Okay, when was that? Or most recently, I should say, when was that?
In May of 2022, I attended a basic homicide investigations class in Nashua, New Hampshire.
All right. Were you involved in the investigation into the death of Luis Garcia in Londonderry in October of 2019?
Yes, I was.
Okay. When you were first asked to work on that case, where did you go?
I went to the Londonderry Police Department.
And did you interact with anybody there with regards specifically to what we're talking about here, a search of an electronic device?
Yes, Trooper First Class Tara Elsmiller.
Elsmiller. And what did she give you?
A mobile device.
And let me ask you just generically, what is an IMEI number? First of all, what does IMEI stand for, I should say, and then what does that number mean?
So an IMEI is an International Mobile Equipment Identifier. It's a 15-digit number that nowadays on older phones it was printed on the back of the device, so sometimes you would actually see it if you just turned over the device and you looked at it. Now sometimes it's not actually printed on the back of a device anymore. It's a 15-digit code that's basically tied to the mobile device that if you actually you can use a tool online, you can actually obtain certain information to include like make and model of the phone. So it's tied to the hardware of the phone itself.
The phone that you obtained from Trooper Elsmiller, on that particular phone, did you end up conducting a search of that phone electronically?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And before you went ahead and did that search, what sort of permission or authority did you have to conduct the search?
We had consent from the next of kin.
And do you know that consent, was that verbal or was it written?
It was written consent.
Do you remember the name of the individual who provided that? Who was the next of kin for that phone's owner?
Patricia Garcia.
How do you conduct these searches once you get on a device like this? Can you explain the process to us?
So in this particular scenario, it was a consent device. So as I referenced before, we have Cellbrite, which is a tool. So we utilize it's called the UFED Touch 2. So it's a physical device. It's kind of shaped like a box like this. And in order to do the extraction on it, you plug the phone into the device on one side, and then it extracts the data from the phone. And once the data is extracted, then you move that data over to a laptop or desktop computer, whatever you have in your possession. And then there's a piece of software which Cellbrite calls Cellbrite Physical Analyzer, which you use to open the extraction that's created. And as such, you can look at the data that was extracted from the phone without having to manually do anything on the phone itself.
So when this extraction takes place, does that literally take something off the phone? Does it copy something off the phone? Does it mirror it? What is the extraction?
It copies the data off of the phone, so the information that it's taking is still on the device itself. It doesn't actually remove anything from the phone.
Does it make any sort of alterations or changes to that data on that phone?
In order to communicate with the device itself, it does have to, in like a logical extraction, it will install a client on the device, but it doesn't make any alterations to the data itself.
And then once you get that data, how do you look through it? How do you analyze and see what's there?
So in the software itself, they have different ways that they break it down, and in terms of different extraction methodologies that are available, you may get call logs, text messages, contact information, calendar information. So there is a pane that breaks it down that you can look at different information depending on what the investigation entails and what an investigator may be seeking.
And how does it kind of break it down? I mean, generically, if I were to look at the screen and I see the different data that's on there, kind of what are the categories that it spits out for me, or how can I look through that info?
You can look through the information. I get the way that it breaks down is basically it's kind of like a tree or a carrot method, it might be called. So I'm just going to use my hand to show it. So it's kind of like an arrow that's pointing, and let's say it says call logs, and then there may be a drop down if there's different types of information that were decoded by the device. Let's say there was various calls that came from maybe an application. Some may have come, if we were to say a phone call came directly to your phone number, that's considered like something that's native on the phone, meaning that it was installed when the phone came to you. But there's also ways that you can make phone calls through third-party applications, so it may break it down further under call logs in things such as, native call logs, let's say WhatsApp, Facebook, Instagram, different if there's other things that were extracted from the device depending on what the person had installed on their phone.
Okay. And you can see all of that using this reader, and you're just reading the information from the extraction, is that correct? All right. Now, on the phone that you obtained with the consent of the next of kin, on that particular phone from Luis Garcia, did you run from that download, were you able to look at the same thing you just described for us, the different information that itself? And by call log, what I'm referring to, actually, what is a call log to you?
A call log to me would be incoming, outgoing, or missed phone calls that were received on the handset.
Were you able to look at that on Luis Garcia's phone?
Yes.
Okay. And did you see anything on there that talked about some of their applications that allowed for phone calls, the difference you listed through a few moments ago? Did you see anything there that indicated there was another call other than just the basic call feature of the phone?
In this particular case, from the information that I looked at, I do not recall that.
Okay. And were you able to generate an extraction report of those call logs specifically for October 1st, 2019?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, with the understanding that the defense has no objections, we'd ask for the identification to be stricken from State Exhibit 118. Okay, Mitch, now. Just show me during the Constitution, Mr. White. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 118. Have you look through that just for a brief moment? And do you recognize that document?
Yes, I do.
All right. What kind of document is it?
This is a report that was created through Celebrite, and it's for call logs dated on October 1st, 2019.
Do you recognize this as the call logs that were found on Luis Garcia's cell phone that you searched?
Yes.
Okay. And based upon that and based upon your memory of that search, is that fully accurate, as in that captures all of the calls that were made to or from that phone that day?
Yes.
Thank you. If I could take that back. I'm going to direct your attention to the screen. And actually, if Exhibit 118 would be. Looking at Exhibit 118 on the screen here, do you recognize, I know it's very, very small font at the time, do you recognize that as being the same thing that's in front of you?
Yes, it appears to be.
Okay. What I'd like to ask and what I'd like to do is kind of go ahead and have you take us through what the phone log showed for communication back and forth to Luis Garcia's phone that day, okay?
Okay.
So you can follow along with that particular exhibit, or look up at the screen. We'll go back and forth. I'd like to start off specifically with this section here. We're looking at that call as call number 30. I'm going to zoom in. Can you tell us about this information that you found for a phone call on Luis's phone, the first one of the day?
Yes, so for the call logs that were extracted, that basically when the report is created, so for what you see here, there's different columns based upon what the information is. So in moving from, I'll go from left to right.
Yep.
So the number as a line item, basically, meaning 30 items were exported from this. So as the outgoing phone number, since it was as you see all the way over to the right, it was an outgoing phone call, so you have the identified phone number. Underneath that is what the contact name would be saved as. So in this particular case, that phone number is saved in the device as Minister Eddie. And then underneath that, we see the direction outgoing. And then in the next column over to the right, we see the date, which is 10/1/2019. And then there's a timestamp underneath it, 7:45:47 a.m. And then where you see the parentheses where it says UTC -4, UTC is a universal coordinated time, and that's basically UTC -0 is what it's a universal time, but depending on where you live in the country, you have to add or subtract time. So here in New Hampshire, depending on whether we're observing daylight savings times or not, we're either -4 or -5. And in this particular case, since we're still in October, we are -4. So basically it's saying we subtract, Celebrate was able to basically convert the timestamps to local time, so that's why it says UTC -4.
I see. So that's the difference between, so when we see 7:45 and 47 seconds, that tells us that that is the local time. If I were to look on the clock, when this call was made, it would say 7:45 a.m.
That's correct.
Okay.
And then oops, sorry.
No, go right ahead. I think we're going to the same place. If you could explain to us the numbers in the next column, please.
Okay, and one more column to the right is the length of that call. So in this case, it's approximately 28 minutes and 57 seconds. And then it again,
Can you explain, what is an outgoing call? What does that word outgoing mean?
it would mean that physical device, whoever is in control of that device would be that it's the recipient.
Okay. I think I understand that part. Now, you said before the phone number that's listed in column number 2, under the word 2, we've got a phone number that's listed there, and then a name that we're reading that says Minister Eddie. Is that I believe you said that's what programmed into the phone? So is that like, if I open up my phone right now, that's my contact is listed in this way?
Yes. So if I were to give you my phone number and you saved it as a contact and you put Tamara Hester in there, that would be how it would show up here, because it's exporting it from the contacts.
Okay. So from looking at the call logs, this is a phone call that was going out from Luis Garcia's phone starting at 7:45 and 47 seconds a.m. on that day, October 1st, 2019, and it lasted for 28 minutes, 57 seconds. Did I read that correctly, or am I interpreting that information correctly?
Yes.
I'd like to go to the next phone call that you found on the phone
And this particular one here. Could you go ahead and tell us what we have for this information?
Yes, so the columns they all have the same identifying information across the top, but in this particular case, it is a missed call, the phone number there, and the contact is saved as Brother Mark, and that phone call occurred at approximately 9:30 a.m.
And that direction under there says incoming, the opposite of outgoing?
Correct.
Okay. So this is a call that's coming into Luis's phone, is that right?
Yes, and as we can see, it's missed, and which is why the time isn't incrementalized. That's why it's 0 seconds.
And so when it says missed, is that in essence that the connection never happened? Nobody picked up the phone?
That would be correct.
So this is at 9:30 and 30 seconds a.m., right?
Yes.
And I'd like to go ahead to the next call. Call 28 on the wall. What is the next call that came into Luis's phone?
This is from another 603 phone number. The contact was saved as Brother Archer. It's an additional incoming missed call that occurred at approximately 9:17 a.m.
And another missed call. Is that correct?
Correct.
I'd like to go to the next group of calls here after that call 28, looking at 27, 26, 25, 24, and 23. Could you help us out, please, with regards to call 27? It appears to be from another. What does that mean?
It comes up as null, basically. And it could be in particular call logs, and contacts and messages are often space, so it's the way that the information is stored and how it exports it. If there's no value there, it often will store it as null. So that to me would mean that that contact is not saved in the device. That phone number, I should say, is not saved in the device as anything.
And I also can see from, if I'm reading this correctly, it's an 855 area code, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And does that indicate anything to you as somebody who looks at electronic devices and phone records if a call's coming from an 855 area code?
Frequently, people get spammed from a variety of different phone numbers, or it could be something as simple as like your cable company, somebody calling you, but generally, if it's, I guess, maybe more of a corporate thing.
Okay. And what time did this call come in and was not picked up?
That call came in at approximately 16:03 a.m.
And how about the next call, call 26?
That is another call from the contact saved as Brother Mark, incoming missed at approximately 10:52 a.m.
And we're going to go up to the next two calls, 25 and 24. Call 25. What time did the call 25 come in?
10:49:53 a.m.
And that was missed as well, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Next call, number 24 here listed. What time did that call come in and from whom?
11:41:28 a.m. and that is from the contact saved as Brother Mark.
And the next one after that, call 23. What time did that come in and from whom? Just a moment. Thank you.
12:14:13 p.m. and that is from the contact saved as Brother Mark.
And was this again another missed call from Brother Mark?
Yes.
Going to the next series of phone calls, starting listed as 22. Can you please tell us as we zoom in here, who are let's go with 22 and 21.
Who was calling in here according to the phone?
Both 21 and 22 are both from the contact saved as Pat G in the phone, and 22 is a missed call at 12:44:56 p.m. and 21 is a missed call at 12:45:41 p.m.
And those two times, 12:44:56 and 12:44:41, that's what, less than a minute in between those two?
Yes, correct.
And call 20, the next call that can you tell us about that call, please?
Yes, so that from the contact save as Hefe and Fran, and that is a incoming missed call at 12:48:04 p.m.
And again, all three of those are missed calls as well, right?
Correct.
We're going to keep going. Call 19. If you could please tell us 19, 18, and 17, where are these calls coming from?
19, 18, and 17 are all three from the contact saved as Pat G. I'll start backwards at 19. It's 12:50:21 p.m. an incoming missed call. 12:52:38 is an incoming missed call, and 12:59:17 is an incoming missed call.
Going over to the first page of the document, we finished with call 7. Excuse me, yep. Just go back. We can go.
An incoming missed call on 04:30 p.m.
And call 13 also from Pat G.
Yes, at 1:12:42 p.m.
Call 12 also from Pat G.
Yes, at 1:16:55 p.m.
And what about call 11 also from Pat G?
Yes, at 1:36:08 p.m.
And what about call 10?
Is an incoming missed call from the contacts aid Hefe and Fran at 1:39:39 p.m.
Going back to call 9, the next call that's up there, can you please go ahead and explain to us what the next call was?
That's an incoming missed call from Pat G at 2:08:43 p.m.
Call 8.
Call 8 is an incoming missed call from the contact saved as Pat G at 3:01:29 p.m.
Call 7.
Incoming missed call from the contact saved as Pat G at 3:15:16 p.m. Is that says no number on it, and again we have null there. So again, it could mean that the contact wasn't saved in there, and without the number. Call.
Again, missed.
Yes.
And call 5, please.
Incoming missed call from the contact saved as Pat G at 5:01:49 p.m.
5:01:49. Is that correct?
That's correct.
5:01:49. Do you know what time New Hampshire State Police was called and asked to assist the Londonderry Police Department? Calls 4, 3, 2, and 1. Could you please, can you read it from on there? Just in general, with the times of those calls.
Just the times?
Yep, from call 4, 3, 2, and 1.
Okay, call 4 is 5:50:49 p.m.
Who's that from?
That is from incoming missed from Pat G.
3.
3 is incoming missed from a 508 area code phone number, not saved as a contact in the phone, 6:42:10 p.m. And 2 is incoming missed call from a 978 saved in the device as Manny, and that is 8:35:32 p.m.
And to be thorough,
is a 978 phone number saved as Elder Pyre's home, incoming missed call at 9:23:23 p.m.
And do those accurately reflect each one of those phone calls that were made to or from Luis Garcia's phone according to the extraction that you performed for that particular day, October 1st, 2019?
Yes.
Just a moment, please, Ron. Trooper Hester, I thank you very much for your time. I don't have any further questions for you. I believe defense counsel may have a few.
Okay.
So we're going to take the morning break before any questioning. I'm assuming you do have questioning.
I do.
Okay, all right. So we're going to stand in recess for the next 15 minutes. Not engage in any independent research.
explain what the phrase sagittal means?
So sagittal is one of the planes, anatomic planes. It's a vertical plane going straight through the body from down the center of the body.
So could we almost say that this is almost like a sagittal view of looking at one side of the body?
I'd say profile.
Profile.
Okay.
And also now looking at State's Exhibit 105. Do both of these photos accurately show the trajectory that the bullet went through Luis's body?
They do. So the probe is passed through the wound path from entrance to exit. You're looking at the exit side, and it shows that the bullet going through the body is traveling from his back to his front, from his right to his left, and slightly downwards.
Right to left and slightly downwards?
Downwards if he's upright.
If he's upright. Finally, I'd like to ask about those x-rays that were taken. You had x-rays taken of Luis's head, is that correct?
Correct.
All right. And what did you find when you looked at those x-rays?
So on the x-ray, there is a small, very small bullet fragment, maybe a bullet jacket fragment, that was visible on the x-ray. That was located on the x-ray on the left side of the cervical spine.
I'd like to go ahead and now show you State's Exhibits 94A and then 94B. Starting with 94A. Is this one of those two x-rays that was taken?
Yes, we always take two views of the body, so this is a little bit rotated, but this is supposed to be front to back.
And I'd like to go ahead and zoom in now to a little bit closer on that same image. I'm now going to go ahead and put a yellow, actually, let me just ask you, can you see where those radio dense areas that are the parts of the jacket that you found in the x-ray? You just describe for where they are on this image.
Yeah, well, there's really one fragment that you can, well, I can clearly see. So it's toward the bottom of the photograph. It corresponds to the left side of the cervical spine, the neck bones.
Left side of the cervical spine, is that on the left or the right side of the image that we're looking at?
Right side of the image.
Okay. But it's on the left side of the cervical spine?
Yes.
Okay. And let me ask you, is this arrow accurately showing that fragment?
Yes.
And now looking at State's Exhibit 94B, can you see the fragment in this photo as well?
Yes.
And does this yellow arrow accurately reflect the location of that fragment?
Yes.
Same spot, left cervical spine. So we're looking at one fragment. We're just seeing it from two different views. Is that right?
Right. So this side view tells you how deep in the body it is. The previous view shows you if it's right or left. So it's toward the left side of his cervical spine, but a little bit in front.
Was that during the autopsy? I guess from the looks of it, are we talking about a very large piece of metal, or are we talking about a very small piece of metal?
So the X-rays magnify things. It's a flat piece because you're seeing just an edge of it here. It's about the size of a filling because you can sort of correlate it with the fillings in the teeth. Yeah.
Was that piece able to be recovered?
No.
As part of your examination, did it include looking at these particular X-rays before you came to your determination of cause and manner of death?
Yes, so I always take X-rays very early in the exam when the body is still dressed and we haven't manipulated anything.
So just, I guess, once again for the jury, what exactly was the cause of death for Luis Garcia?
He died as a result of this gunshot wound through his neck.
And what was the manner of death?
Homicide.
Thank you. At this time, I don't have any further questions for you. I believe defense counsel may have a few.
Okay, over to you to use the screen? No, I'm not. Okay, we can turn that back on. morning, still morning, with a few minutes. Just have a few questions for you, Doctor. From conducting your autopsy, you weren't able to form any conclusion as to the time of Mr. Garcia's death?
No.
Conducting your autopsy, you did indicate that you looked at his hands carefully and didn't see any.
Correct.
Your Honor, at this time, the state rests.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to adjourn for lunch a little bit early here. So we're going to take a little extra time. Come back at 1 o'clock. Do not discuss the case amongst yourselves. All right, be seated. We're still on the road.
Sorry. The defense does have a motion. Your Honor, at this point, I would move to dismiss both indictments on the grounds that the state has not put forward sufficient evidence to cause or to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt, even when viewing the evidence in the light most favorable to the state. I have some arguments that go towards both indictments. I'll start there, and then I have some an argument specific to one indictment, and I'll end with that. Regarding both charges, Your Honor, essentially there was evidence that Mr. Garcia died from a single gunshot wound. There was evidence that there was a gun that could have fired. As the court is aware, in a circumstantial case, if there are any possible conclusions consistent with innocence, it is legally insufficient. to establish guilt. What we have here are circumstantial, at least possible rational conclusions consistent with innocence, and therefore it is not enough for the state to have proven its case. No testimony regarding any of Brandon's whereabouts that entire day. There was testimony that he potentially had a car. He certainly had the ability to walk. There's no testimony that Brandon was in the house at any particular point in time other than when he was found there. No testimony to eliminate whether anyone else came or went at any point. No testimony to indicate that Brandon had fired a gun. No evidence that would establish that. No tests for GSR, for example. That was the GSR kit was collected. No evidence that it was ever tested. In fact, I believe the evidence was clear that it was not tested. And so there's simply not enough evidence for the state to sustain its burden on either charge. Regarding specifically charge ID 1674110C, that's the reckless charge. The evidence is insufficient for that. Charge must also be dismissed.
If I can be heard, please, Your Honor.
Question for the defense while you're thinking about that. If it's just one element, do you, with respect to that charge, do you agree that the lesser included offense of manslaughter would survive? If it's insufficient proof on just one evidence and you're just left with recklessly causing the death of another, that's manslaughter.
Let me just look at the statute for a moment before I answer that question, Your Honor.
There's a case that says it.
Yes, I would agree that that is a lesser included.
Okay, thank you. Attorney Gotti.
Your Honor, obviously the state objects with regards to this. The evidence taken in the light most favorable to the state shows that in this case it is this defendant who knowingly and or recklessly, or perhaps even though it is not alleged, intentionally shot and killed Luis Garcia. The evidence that you've heard about him being at the home is that from Marcus Castiglione, that he did not have transportation that was there. He believed that Bethany's car had been returned ahead of time. Even then, Mr. Castiglione testified that his son was at home. He was supposed to be at home. He was not supposed to be hanging out with friends or going to anything like church activities until in the evenings or on the weekend. We've heard from the testimony today, as well as from Marcus Castiglione, as well as from Patricia Garcia, about the timing of this event, about Luis Garcia's last phone call being made, about the 9:30 phone call that starts from Marcus Castiglione to get a hold of Luis. Luis typically picks up. He did not pick this up, and we saw every single one of those other phone calls where Luis did not respond. You're looking at a narrow time frame of between 7:45 to 9:30, and at that point something's already wrong. We're talking about a key that was found underneath a mat, the key which was found by Danielle Padovano, not knowing where it was because, as Marcus Castiglione said, that key was not regularly kept under the mat, only on the days that Luis was going to be working there. Even she did not know where that was. And for them, in the testimony heard about them trying to get a hold of both the defendant and Luis Garcia, only to discover that the house is locked and sealed up. The photographs speak for themselves about the condition of the house, as does the testimony of Danielle Padovano, the defendant's sister, as well as Frances Pestana, the defendant's grandmother, about the abilities to get a hold of anybody that was in the house. When we talk about the issues of act, it is clear that Luis Garcia was shot in that particular room. One handgun that is there, consistent with the one bullet casing that is on the floor, that bullet casing being a 9mm Fiocchi, which the testimony of the lab analyst was that is a more rare brand, all copper brand, something that she hadn't seen before, of a very light weight. Usually on the box, according to that, were approximately 92 grams. The bullet itself weighing approximately 88 grams. And we just heard testimony from Dr. Duvall that the radiograph showed that there was a small piece of what appeared to be the bullet jacketing still in the left cervical area of Luis Garcia, accounting for the spent bullet on the floor being the one that the one that went through him. In addition to that, Your Honor, when we talk about the idea of an act, and that act being intentional, the testimony we've heard is that that handgun is in a locked case, in a locked cabinet, and next to the defendant's bed, that even the defendant's own father doesn't have a key for. That locked cabinet has gone into, the box has come out, the gun has been loaded, the defendant's fingerprints are on the slide of the gun, and that gun is the gun that was fired. The testimony you heard today with regards to other shell cases that were tested there, which, as I believe the jury will be able to see clearly from the testimony of Trooper Ellsmiller, were rimfire cartridges that don't even match the style of the gun. So the individual who fired that weapon, who took Luis Garcia's life, when we talk about the intent of that individual, we talk not only about the gun, but we also talk about the fact that this is a defendant who is well familiar with this firearm. He has owned it. We've heard testimony that he's gone shooting with it with Luis Garcia within a couple of days prior to this, or at least within a couple of weeks prior to this event. That shows that it is not an accident. That shows that it is not a mistake. And that shows that with a gun owner who has shot that weapon in that room at that time, while Luis is apparently sanding the wall, that act was more than mere recklessness. That is an act that is done with extreme indifference to the value of human life. There is no indication of any alcohol use or any impairment by anybody here. So the idea that there could be an effect on the individual in forming that intent due to alcohol or drugs has not been presented in this case. That is not the evidence here. So as a result, we feel that both the act and the intent have been established, and that the state can meet its burden of proof.
How does the state rule out then that like an accidental pulling of the trigger or some accidental shooting, some lesser mental state, like negligence or something like that? How do you rule out that they're not in the room talking to each other and he's fiddling with the gun and it goes off and shoots them? I mean, it makes a big difference, wouldn't you agree?
I think, Your Honor, if there was testimony that this defendant was brand new to firearms, this was not his firearm, an unfamiliar firearm, a firearm that he hadn't shot, a firearm that he hadn't shot recently, a firearm that he hadn't been to the range with this exact same individual. You also heard about not only the trajectory of that particular shot, going through Luis Garcia at a slightly downward angle, him being 5'7", and the features of the gun that are safety features. Think about the trigger. First of all, we know this gun is not susceptible to jar off, but also with regards to that trigger. It's a two-part trigger that involves the finger to be fully in to hold that trigger to make it fire. This is not an accidental whoops. This is not messing around. We have a fully loaded firearm that you're seeing in the magazine there. Not negligence and not recklessness.
With respect to the second argument that he makes about the recklessly under circumstances that manifest an extreme indifference to the value of human life, most of the extreme indifference cases that are in the reported opinions involve evidence that of conduct, direct conduct immediately around the cause of death, such as forcing sticks and branches down a victim's throat until they die, or multiple stab wounds to extremities and leaving someone out in the woods to die. Those circumstances. Here, what's the quantum of proof that the state should have to survive a motion to dismiss with respect to circumstances manifesting extreme indifference? Because as I briefly discussed yesterday, really the evidence you have of circumstance is the discharge of a gun. Is that enough for the state as a matter of law to survive on a motion to dismiss?
What you have in addition to that, Your Honor, and I believe that Your Honor is well familiar with a matter at State versus Robert Yap, which was, I know, directed for both sets of counsel to look at. You also have the actions of the defendant after the fact. So if you think about that particular case, you have a defendant whose actions afterwards show and dictate what his intent was that didn't have the extreme indifference to the value of human life. First of all, not only do we consider then his inebriation, which is a huge relative factor, in regards to whether it's going to...
You mean in that case?
In that case,
yes,
in that case. You had intoxication in that case. But then you look at the location of the wound, the nature of the wound, and then also what his actions were afterwards. Here, Luis Garcia gets shot in the back of the head while he's in the middle of a sanding project or painting project that's on that wall. So he doesn't see this coming. This is not a situation where two people are in an active conversation about the gun. But then, again, once the behavior of the defendant after that occurs, the behavior of the defendant is not to seek help. The behavior of the defendant is not to respond to phone calls, to go walking down the street, to even put his shoes on to go outside. No, at some point the behavior of the defendant is that the front door is locked again, and he stays there for 5 hours. That is another indication that it's extreme indifference to the value of human life.
Okay. I'll tell you what, on the facts, I mean, applying the standard that I have to apply, the motion to dismiss is denied with respect to both counts. I think it's a closer factual call, but with respect to a legal requirement, I believe that the jury's the analysis that the defense makes essentially asks me to weigh facts, and that's for the jury to do. I think there's a sufficient amount of evidence to survive, given all inferences in favor of the non-moving party in this case. Given a combination of the physical evidence and the circumstantial evidence, and it'll be up to the jury to determine whether or not rational explanations consistent with innocence have been excluded. But I haven't seen a reckless second-degree case quite like this. Okay, so the motion's denied based on that, given the standard I have to apply and the evidence that's before the record. Although, I don't think Trooper Ellesmere testified that those were rimfire cartridges. I think she couldn't identify what they were, other than they were not consistent with the rounds that she found that were 9mm. So, careful with that. I don't think she could identify them as rimfires. Although it was a good try. So, anyway, we're going to adjourn now for an hour. Do you anticipate calling Trooper Sloper?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Okay, why don't we come up here and go off the record?
Thank you.
confirm lunch. The defendant requested to be heard.
Your Honor, is there a feed going so I can just see the camera?
All rise. Pause and answer.
Okay, we're back on the record. It's 1:36. I had a sealed hearing to discuss some issues with the defense, specific to attorney-client relationships and decisions in the trial. And so we're back on now. This is not a sealed portion of the proceeding because I asked that Mr. Castiglione make a decision about going forward, whether he wants to represent himself, and then decisions about what to do after that. So, counsel of record, Attorney Harwood, where are we?
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes, you may. Okay, it's 1:38. All right, Mr. Castiglione.
Yes, sir.
So I understand that you are going to continue with counsel representing you throughout the course of the trial. Is that right?
As of right now, yes.
As of right now, okay. But that you would like, because it's Friday afternoon, we'll resume Monday morning, but you would like to think about whether or not you're going to testify and meet with your attorneys over the weekend and let us know that decision Monday morning. You understand?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So when I'll grant that request. It's a reasonable request given the nature of the charge. And what will happen is Monday morning when we return, you'll have the opportunity to let me know whether or not you want to testify. It's entirely up to you. And if you choose not to testify, then we'll proceed with final instructions and closing arguments. If you choose to testify, then your lawyer will then call you and ask you whatever questions you need to ask. But that's really all that remains in the case. If we come back Monday morning and you want to represent yourself and do your own testimony or whatever it is you want to do, you are free to represent yourself at any point in time under our Constitution. And you can do that. Okay? But Monday morning when we come back, if you want to represent yourself, then I'll say, okay, do you rest or are you going to present evidence? And then if you say you present evidence, that's what we're going to start with. And then we're going to go into closing arguments and jury instructions after that. You understand?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Anything from the state?
Nothing from the state.
Okay. So what I'm going to do then, Mr. Castiglione, is since the lawyers are still your lawyers, they're going to be in charge of jury instructions, which I'm sure they'll go over with you at some point this weekend to show you what they are. They're all written down. And we'll work those out this afternoon so the lawyers can stay here. We'll work on we'll have a charging conference. I gave you copies of my preliminary instructions that you can take a look at. And in about half hour, we can convene in my chambers or go on the record if you want. And I can, in the meantime, Attorney Harwood, I'm looking at you because you're lead counsel. Sorry, no offense. Do you want your client to remain here for that process?
If we could, yes, please.
Okay, all right. That sounds reasonable in case you want to talk. Okay. All right, so in the meantime, the court, this case will be recessed until Monday morning at 9. And, let me double check that. 9 o'clock?
Yes.
Okay, 9 o'clock. Folks, I should let you all know, Monday morning is actually jury selection for all the other courtrooms. We picked a special one off cycle, so to speak, for this case. So there'll be a crowd coming, trying to get in the building Monday morning. So just kind of be prepared for that. Build that into your schedules. Your rooms will remain reserved, though. Okay?
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay, court stands in recess until, on this case, till then. Counsel, in about half hour, I'll have you brought back into chambers and we'll talk about jury instructions. If at any point we need to come back out on the record for instructions, we can do that.
Your Honor, just briefly, just some idea from both sets of counsel of what you were planning on telling the jury for dismissing me today. I imagine you're going to go back and talk to them.
Oh, I should, okay, can we bring them in, actually? Have a seat, because I do need to instruct them not to engage in any, give them protective order. Okay, thank you.
All eyes for the jury, please. You may be seated.
All right, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for your patience. The state has rested, and at this point in time, I'm going to tell you that we are going to adjourn for the day. There are some things I have to discuss with the lawyers, and we'll start promptly Monday morning at 9 o'clock. The case will conclude Monday morning, and I expect that by lunchtime that you'll have the case for deliberation. I'm not exactly sure when that'll happen, but we're actually a little ahead of schedule in terms of the evidence presented. But Monday, I think it's safe to say that you will have the case for deliberation at some point during the day. That being said, during the weekend recess, do not discuss the case with anybody. Do not go online. Resist the social media posts that I told you about. Do not do any independent investigation. Do not review any media accounts or read anything about this case. And we'll see you back here Monday. Enjoy the weekend. All rise for the jury, please. Yeah, can you just have the bailiffs let them know?
Yeah.
All right, thank you. Okay, please be seated. So counsel will give you about half an hour to read through that. The only issue I've left it as a blank is the lesser included offenses, and the sequence in which they have to do that, and the jury verdict form that I'll go draft up now. But it depends on what you decide to do, or you decide to do, with respect to the lesser included offenses. In the meantime, they're probably going to need to discuss that with their client, so just make sure he's available until the attorneys, we authorize him to go, okay? We good? All right, thank you.
Please rise.